Good morning. Hello. Ah, hydrate man already. Oh, hydrate man. Hydrate man. You doing okay, buddy? I see that you asked for him, but he did not appear. Hydrate man. Hydrate man, you doing okay? Hydrate man. That's weird. I'm gonna go ahead and take a sip anyway. Like, good morning, everyone. God, now I'm paranoid. Unless I wasn't paying attention. I probably wasn't paying attention. I did look away for a second. Did he appear? Did he appear? Okay, there he is. There's the boy. Hello, Hydrate Man. Hello. Goodbye. Morning, everyone. Welcome to the stream. I'm your host, Isaac MCCanary. It's Wednesday. And yeah, I mean, hey, I feel that. I feel that in my bones. I feel that right now in my elbows. Had experiences recently. Let me see. I kind of want to do something more with this. Really, what I want to do. I want to start adding some color. And welcome to the stream, everyone. I'm your host, Isaac MCCanary, and it's Wednesday. It's time to draw. It's time to draw. Time to make things. Do hope everyone is doing well. Doing all right. I'm doing all right. I'm almost done with this, honestly. I might see if I'll start a new subject here soon. He's almost finished. I am trying to decide what I want to do with this piece next, too. I really want to, like, make some darker areas somewhere, but... You know, I never thought about the fact that he is kind of a Hydratosaurus. I had never considered that, actually. Kappa. That was not intentional. It wasn't intentional. It wasn't what I intended for, but that's a fair assessment of this lad. Curse. Always. Hydrate Man isn't a curse. He certainly is, though, a force of nature. But he's not a curse. Hydrate Man is no such curse. Uh-huh. At some point. I mean, maybe that's a good thing. Maybe I should work that into my work more. I mean, look at him. He's a good spokesperson. He communicates well. People like him. He's popular. He's gonna have to appear in pretty much everything I do now. Maybe this could be like a Hal's Laboratory kind of thing. And even though, like, I would, like, name a company something different, Hydrate Man would just be he would just end up being the mascot. I always liked this kind of coloring. I don't know why. Kind of adding layers and smoothing things out as time goes on. Always liked it. It's how I prefer to color. Add a little bit of contrast to some spots. Add a little bit more color. A little bit more here. A little bit more here. But yeah, I am doing alright. I'm doing okay. Just been busy. Just been busy. Dealing with some stuff. This one wasn't too bad. Oh no. None that I could really report on, Kappa. None that are really funny either, unfortunately. But that's the point. That's my whole thing is I would rather let that kind of stuff like stay in their space. So that way I can process it and stuff. And on the flip side, appreciate you and people around here just want to chill. It was just a nasty situation, so. And I do not really feel good talking about it, unfortunately. I say, really, I just kind of want to focus on getting this piece done. It's very, very close to being finished, honestly. Honestly. Very near done. I hope so, too. I do. I do. I'm just doing my okayest. I have been pretty focused on this, though. This being the stream. The stream has been something I've been focused on a lot, and I really appreciate that I have been able to. I really have. Not something I have always been afforded. Not always something that I feel like was always afforded to me. Being able to focus on it has been a really good thing, at least for me. Always has been. Look, it's Saltisaurus. Look, it's Saltisaurus. Salty. He is salty. I did play more of the Elden Ring DLC with Dave, and I have to say, gosh ding dang it, so much of it is so cool. Why they gotta make the big torch head such a pain in the dick? He's such a cool design, too. He's just very tedious to fight. He's a pain. There we go. I'm also glad that people enjoy watching me draw dinosaurs. I like drawing dinosaurs. Always have. Do need to figure out what more to do with this one. I feel like there's not that much more I can do with this piece. Very, very close to finishing it. Goobersaurus. Goobersaurus, Hydratesaurus. Hi, Creeper. I guess I should, if anything, thank you guys for being patient. I do, I genuinely do. I was not available yesterday. I'm glad that, you know, that's okay. It happens. It happens to everybody. And I guess the good news is, well, I'm working through it. Just wasn't, it didn't keep me from doing anything today, and that's really what matters. Hopefully, fingers crossed, that's the last damage control I have to do for a while. I am in a very strange spot, though. It's already been mentioned a couple times, but I find myself in a bit of a predicament with regards to what I do and how I do it, people around. Maybe that's something I'm still trying to figure out. It's tough. It is tough. A lot of work I am trying to do and no time to do any of it. Eh, I'll live. I'll figure it out. I'll figure it out. There we go. It is. It's true. That's why I live by those words. I live by those words every ding dang day. Words to live by. Genuinely. Never let anyone not tell you not to do your okayest. Doing your okayest is your best, then by damn, do your best. Yeah, sometimes you have to do your okayest just to be able to get to the day where you could do better. I'm drawing today. That's why I'm drawing the way that I'm drawing today. I'd rather have it be something that I can kind of relax to, honestly. I need something relaxing. Oh, still too dark. Oh, shit. Oh, that was just an overlay. I was like, what the heck even is that? When did I make that layer? I hope there was nothing important on that layer. I don't think there was. Yeah, no. It's probably fine. There didn't seem to be anything important on that layer. Ugh. I will say, man, I needed to get some rest. Sometimes, and I don't know how this happens, it's still something that I kind of struggle with. I get really stuck on sleep apnea more than anything. I don't know what else it would be. I get really, really bad insomnia for like a couple days at a time. But I'm not bored. I mean, I gotta do something. I have to do something with my face mouth. I make goober sounds. I make gooby sounds. Let the boy make his gooby sounds. Nah. I've always been kind of like that. I don't know why. I don't know. Always been a little goober. Always been a little goober. I've always been a bit of a goober. Exactly. Exactly. I'm making all them weird noises. I don't know. I don't know. Ah, yes. It's always tough when I get to like this kind of position where I'm like, I want to be able to add more, but I'm not sure what exactly I want to be adding. Holy shit. You know, I want to add a little bit more detail. Oops. Also don't know why that happens sometimes. Need my blue. My blue. I will say, man, David is Does David earns the title of cook friend because, man, you know, I go visit and usually every Tuesday, and he just made bulgogi and it was real good. I don't think I've ever had bulgogi before. And I was like, what does it take? And he explained it and I was like, I could do that. He did say I had to grate a pear though, and I was like, I have to grate a pear? And he was like, yeah, grate the pear. And I was like, okay. And then my brain was awful, and I was like, but what if I just got applesauce? What if I just got applesauce instead? Obviously, I don't want to get applesauce for bulgogi. That's irresponsible. But I was like, why don't I just get applesauce, though? Applesauce is just pureed apples. Then I don't have to grate my pear. Oh, I was visiting David yesterday because we always hang out and play usually a little bit of video games, usually Elden Ring. And he's been cooking meals because he's my cook friend. Also, welcome back, Creeper. And he cooked bulgogi, and I asked him what it took because God, it was fucking good. And he mentioned pear, and I was like, hey, that makes sense. Something about it felt like a chutney, almost. Um, and he was like, well, you have to grate the pear, and I was like, I have to grate the pear. Never had to. I don't grate food anymore. I haven't Hey, Moat, I haven't I haven't even grated cheese since since taco night when I was a kid. That's the last time I've grated food. I don't want to grate the pear. That sounds like work. Why can't I just put the pear in it? Be bad bulgogi, that's why. Hmm. Pear what? Pear what, creeper? Pear what, creeper? I'm not gonna say it, though I really want to. Or am I? Paradise nuts! uh, got him! Man, we also I was hanging out with David and Aaron yesterday, and I don't remember exactly. What was it? God, I don't remember. It was David. Oh right, David was leveling. We were playing Elden Ring, and David was leveling up his decks, and I was getting ready to leave, and he just goes, "Well, my decks just made it to 69," and then just without blinking, both Aaron and I simultaneously both just went, "Nice." It's universal, man. If somebody says 69, you just gotta say nice. I don't know why. Ah, Minecraft. The only reason why, honestly, the only reason why I haven't done a Minecraft stream at this point is because my brother is using my Minecraft account to play with his daughter, and I'm not gonna. Why would I? Listen, that's what I could do as an uncle. That's what I could provide as an uncle? Is my Minecraft account. I wasn't really using it before, anyways, so just wasn't. I like that I'm doing this. I wonder if this would even do, like, if this is even gonna do anything. If I am not just kind of wasting a little bit of my time on this detail, but here's a fun thing about art, everybody. Art is about crafting and building something and not and needing to put in all the finer details, and but also putting in those finer details at odds to the time that you're putting into it sometimes. 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 You need to work on the feet more. Just kind of like they're extant. The feet are extant, but they don't really make sense. There we go. The toes are extant. That's all that I could say on their behalf. On my behalf. Oh, Jesus. God bless me. I don't know where that came from. I will say this is something that I particularly kind of get stuck on sometimes with a project. Because I feel like I end up having to go back and fix stuff. Like a lot of stuff. Like I can never quite just get something right on the first go or so. I have to go back and like do a lot of corrections. Is annoying. I'm doing a lot of cleanup duty on this piece. On a lot of pieces, honestly. But it's a part of the process. What sucks is a lot of those things probably aren't even noticeable. I'm just cleaning it up to clean it up. Like, yeah, you can't even see those things. You can't even see that stuff. That's not anything that you could even see. I do think I still need to. Yeah. It's like, if I turn that off, I wonder what happens if I turn it off. Yeah. No, I do need to keep that on, though. It is getting close to being solid, though. But I do want it that way. I do think I want it that way. There we go. Solid. Too solid. One thing overall I'm trying to get better at is letting the, like, colors kind of, like, do the work, if that makes sense. Hey, thanks for following, Sample. Or Lurk. Thanks for lurking, Sample. It appreciate. Creep in the background, yes. Listen to the wonderful sounds of whatever this music is. I do like this kind of music. It's just kind of soothing. I should test, though, in the near future. I will probably test. I will start looking into a recommend system. What I might do, even, is I might turn on music recommendations after a while, have something on the background, so that way, I don't have to worry about it. Just know, I still feel at least somewhat obligated to be like, I will put on recommends if people can recommend music that, is going to be responsible. So, if I give you the tools, don't make me take your toys away. That's all I'm saying. Oh. Oh. I have it on that. I didn't realize it on Gritty Square. But I am curious about turning on music recommendations, especially for, drawing streams and art streams. And with being able to separate the VOD from the music, I do like the idea that I'll be able to actually, like, play more music for you guys than I would before. I wish I could do the same for Beat Saber, but that's not how I'm gonna separate the music of Beat Saber from the stream, guys. Yeah, that'll go great. Then you're just gonna get all muted maps. Beat the entire purpose of what it does. The entire purpose of what it does. Try to draw a Kappa guy. Oh no! Kappas deserve better. Don't draw them like that. Don't draw them like that. They deserve better. You deserve better. I do like Kappas. I do like me a funny frog demon. Frog duck demon. I've always seen them as kind of like being frog-like. I have. They're like little frog guys. Kinda. You replace the original audio in Beat Saber with you singing and humming the music. Exactly. Or get a kazoo. I need to get a kazoo and just play the kazoo. I do have a dude stick around here, but I'm not. Listen, I have a guitar and a dude stick that I need to learn how to fucking use one of these days. One of these days. Wait, what? Kappas are more related to tortoises and they're like mythos? Really? As in they're more like tortoises or they're more related to tortoises? I've always seen them as kind of amphibious frog guys. Little frog guys. Oh, they're more like tortoises? Oh. I didn't know they were more like tortoisey lizard people. Oh yeah, they have a beak, shell, and yeah, and well, I have one of those three things, and I'm not gonna say which. I have one of those three things as well, so does that make me like a tortoise? And I'm not gonna say which one. No, I didn't know. Well, I mean, I knew I forgot about the shell actually, so that makes sense. But I want to be like a tort. I'm gonna be like a torty, a tortoise. There we go. Uh-huh. There's also the tortoise that's eating a strawberry. I've always liked that one too. He gets so fucking violent, man. He gets into it. He gets into it. Really. Hey, Geki. It's just so. I mean, it says it across the top. This is just something I found on YouTube. So a long time ago, and the song will probably play. And usually, before I start getting into like more music recommends, which not yet, but I am considering it in the near future. I just need a full system for it. Uh, Typically, whenever I play music, whether it's the stream intros or playing during I'm doing an art stream or something, I actually try to find music that's more themed. Um, and out of nowhere, YouTube started recommended me an entire genre of music called dungeon synth. I wouldn't say that this is explicitly dungeon synth, but it's definitely influenced by the algorithm suddenly dumping a shit ton of dungeon synth on my head. It all started with one song in particular, which I will probably play here shortly. In fact, I'll probably just make, it's actually the next thing that's going to play after this. You'll hear it in the next 30 minutes. But this is just something called Episodes in Oceanography by Chifo on YouTube. Go check him out. Yeah. I don't know if this is explicitly dungeon synth, but I could see it being in the same vein. This is my whole thing with music genres sometimes. They're kind of nothing. I found something else called what that I'm obsessed with, but a genre I've never heard of, even though I've heard of it. As in, I've heard music that I would consider in the genre, but I didn't know this genre existed. Acid jazz, with like 6 ellipses in Japan? Question mark. I don't know what acid jazz is. Acid jazz is kind of like a more drippy bebop, I guess. But music genres are dumb. Genres are dumb is really what I'm getting at. It's good though. Now, before you ask, because everyone does, my answer is always the same. I don't really have a favorite. I guess I have a favorite genre of music. My actual favorite genre of music, I would say, is probably jazz and bebop. Like, if we're gonna say the genre of music that you could literally put it on, and 9 times out of 10, I will probably like it, it'd be jazz and bebop. There isn't like a genre of music I dislike. I've definitely heard something I have liked in every single genre of music, from uh bebop and jazz to hip hop to rock and roll to country, though that one's a little bit more sparse. Jazz with low pH, exactly. It's spicy jazz. It's jazz that melts your bones. Though I kind of lump country in with folk and bluegrass, depending. Not because I think they're comparable, but I prefer more bluegrassy stuff. But if like there's country music that's more bluegrassy, I will like it. But I really like bluegrass and I really like folk music. Guys, everybody go watch first go watch Oh Brother Where Art Thou, and then second go watch Being not Being John Malkovich. Fuck. Inside Llewyn Davis. One of them will bring you joy and make you feel good, and the other one will make you feel sad, but realize that that's okay. I did like Llewyn Davis a lot. I might have to watch it again here soon. Coen Brothers, Sean and I probably have the. If I was to say, like, between us, the most, like, common interest director, it's probably the Coen Brothers. That they really are inspirational to my work in particular from a writing standpoint. I really like how they always handle characters. Um, I like to say that they have a really good sense of realistic cartooniness. Jazz bebop does sound really sexy, and that's because it is. Jazz bebop is sexy. I mean, if you haven't seen Cowboy Bebop is one of my formative, late formative musical interests because that soundtrack is fantastic in a vacuum, but also complements the show incredibly well to be a sort of diegetic piece of world building. All the music in that show is very clearly designed to feel like something you would just hear on the radio in that show. And that's the kind of musical design I really like. I really like diegetic music. I like music that complements and enhances an experience a lot. It's my favorite kind of music. That's funny. Yeah, no, it's really good. It's funny. I feel like I've shown it to a couple of people, and every time I do, if there's one criticism I do have of Cowboy Bebop, my number one anime, by the way. So it just goes to show having a criticism does not mean that you know I don't like a thing or you don't like a thing. If anything, you should be able to criticize the things you like. The first episode is kind of rough. Like, if it doesn't click with you, the first few episodes are kind of rough. They're not amazing. They're good. They're good episodes. But I've had this experience where I've shown Cowboy Bebop to people, and it took a couple episodes for them to get into it. Like, I remembered liking it like immediately, but I always get this weird impression that people are very hesitant of it after the first few episodes. And that's fair. Like, that's a genuine criticism. I even noticed it the last couple times where I'm like, I know I like this, but man, it just feels like it doesn't, click immediately always, which is interesting. Yeah, exactly. So that's like my biggest criticism is I actually think the show it doesn't have a bad start, but I don't think it gets to its really good stuff until a few episodes in. Like, it's really, really good stuff. And if you aren't immediately sold on it, I could understand that, actually. I could. And I love that show. It is my number one. It is my number one anime. It is what I would want to make if I wanted to make any piece of media from a story standpoint, is Cowboy Bebop. That is how I would want to make something. It's definitely not perfect. Very close to, but it's definitely not perfect. But it's really, really good. I still highly recommend it to anyone. It is my favorite. It still like I said, if you have an interest in music and character writing and drama, it is one of the best out there for those things. Absolutely. Without question. And again, I still don't 100% know how much of that criticism is valid. There's also just a chance that the people I showed it to just weren't really interested in shows. I've had a very weird track record of running into people who don't who just don't engage with media sometimes. Um and it always feels awkward because I always run into this situation where I am really, me and my closest friends are all huge media buffs. We are fascinated and heavily invested and interested in analyzing media for two reasons: for both what media has done to inspire us and for our own interest in making things. So it's really, I've had a really actually like awkward time sometimes being like, not knowing exactly how to interact with people on certain kinds of media because I consume media in a very specific way that I have come to realize is not typical, which is fine. That's fine. That's not what I think is the problem. So I just didn't realize I had that. How genuinely lucky I even was that Sean Jackson, James, Ari, Lauren, Ren, David, Aaron, that we actually have like a collected interest in things in a way that I can actually connect with. I didn't really have that growing up, so. And it's always been kind of a wrestling thing for me. It's always been a weird kind of back and forth for me with that kind of stuff. I've never quite settled with it sometimes, but I've definitely gotten better with it. And if anything, one of the things that I want to compliment you guys about is you guys have like joined me for that stuff, and I appreciate that. I appreciate it. Yeah. And usually it does. Usually it does. Really, my awkward thing is I still have yet to find a partner who will engage in media with me, but that's fine. I'm working on it. No, it's something that's personal, honestly. And to be honest, that's not even 100% true. Not even anymore. So things are changing. Life is changing. Things are changing all the time. So if anything, and this is why I think I also need to do to kind of wrap back around to like the music I'm listening to right now. I will always want to share my music. That will never change. I always want to share something weird that I'm interested in, and I can always listen to the music that I'm interested in on in infinitum for forever. But actually, it would be nice to be exposed to more music. I am always interested in at least being exposed to more music. I can never guarantee I'll like it, but I will always be interested in being exposed to it because I don't know if I will like something until I try it. Until I try it. And if chat wants to help foster that, I actually would be okay with that. And if chat wants to be rude and grief every now and then I'll go, cool. And then your permissions will be revoked, and if you post anything else, I'll just ignore you. Not you, but like if somebody did that. And that's the point, is like, and I'm not even saying I can't listen to meme music. Are you kidding me? Now that I have this set up, I might just go play one of my favorite mashups of all time that doesn't exist on YouTube anymore. Fuck. That's filled with licensed material. And garbage. And I love it. So yeah, no. There's also something. Actually, there was something that somebody when this kind of discussion of like recommending music came up at first. One of the things that somebody was like, "Here, how about this?" And then they posted into the Discord. To which, if you ever want to share music, definitely post into the Discord. Post into the Discord anywhere. But they did, and I was just like, "Oh my god, this is amazing." And at the time, I don't think I would have done it, just because it didn't. I was still like figuring out what was going on, but I would probably play that live. I probably would. So I'm always interested in new music and new things. I really am, and I think the next step that I'm trying to make is to be more willing to include more people on that, because I feel like I ran into two problems for a long time. The first being seemingly not having anyone to engage with media on, and then finally having people to engage with media on, and then struggling to find that in other people. Though I don't think that was their fault. So I'm trying to, at this point, I'm trying to find a good medium between people to be like, you know, I know the things I feel, I know the things I like, and I know the things I don't like. But it doesn't mean that people. That doesn't. I've never had the thought of I can't like at least discuss media with anyone. That I've never felt. That I've also never super understood. But also I've never understood trying to force somebody to like something just because you like something. Well, that's not true. I try that probably more than I should. And Sean's a freaking saint. But I understand that. I think Sean and I have a lot of in common interests, but I think, and I will admit this, I sometimes do overstep my bounds and think, like, wow, you really liked this thing. And then sometimes I don't think about what he liked about it, and more I just think about what I liked about the thing. Or think about it as like a thing that I liked that he liked too. But I appreciate that my friends are at least willing to try things. And I feel like I'm getting better at it because, again, like, I told all my friends about Mecha Break. You want to know how many friends I got to play Mecha Break? One. And I was surprised that one played it. But that's okay too. Like, I'm not at all bothered by that. I still get and hang out and play different games with the rest of my friends, so. Yeah. I still think one of my biggest reservations with it is the griefing. Because it's just not fun. It's not fun. It's not funny. I'm an adult now. I don't care anymore. Being griefed is not fun. And it's not supposed to be. I don't think it's supposed to be. And I think the people who do it, who genuinely do it, know that. And if you enjoy griefing, I'm glad for you, but, listen, making somebody else miserable, just a bad look, man. Gotta be that way. It gotta be that way. Oh, so welcome everyone. These are what art streams are like. I'm just a silly guy who, when he streams art, decides that he's going to go on existential journeys of philosophy. So funny. It's true. Yeah, exactly. Especially when especially so my two modes are funny scream and nonsense, or long-winded philosophical conversations about my interest in things. And I'm glad you guys like it. I'm not going to complain about that. Like, nah, I really appreciate that. It's something that I can do that people appreciate. and people appreciate it. You know? Like, I think that all I really want to be able to provide it to a certain extent is just genuine philosophy of some kind that's not about just being lost in kind of a miasma of stuff, but just to be kind of like a, you know, I like Bob Ross. I like a Bob Ross. I would like to at least try to impart some of that. Deep conversation, monologue about an interest, straight up goober mode. Exactly. As me. As me. All coming back to the fact that I can't shut my mouth. Nah. I have no issue with that. With doing that, anyways. Exactly. Appreciate you guys. Exactly. Let the funny boy speak. I ain't saying nothing wrong or bad. Not even saying anything incredibly harmful, hurtful, or inciting. Just, just here, guys. It's funny. I wear my inspirations on my sleeve a lot, and it does oftentimes show, I think, how much influence people like Tim Rogers or Dan Deacon and Don Hertzfeld and stuff play on me. I will always be I will always have this sense of humor. I'll always have kind of this sense of character and personality. But I'm always drawn back to still being more introspective, honest about it. Like, not, you know, I think the truest honesty should never hurt. Truest honesty should never hurt. No one should say that they are being honest to say something harsh. Honesty is kind. I mean that. Real honesty is kind. If you're being honest, it should be because you want to see something be better, not because something is wrong. That's honesty. Real honesty. It's good honesty. Of course. To go back to good old Rafiki, of course it does. And I can't remember the exact line, but it went, something along the lines of you can you can the truth hurts and you can be put down by it or learn from it. Yeah. Everyone can. I think everyone can. I think everyone does. I think sometimes they get stuck. That's fine, too. It's also fine to get stuck. Just know that eventually you can't. And it takes a long time to figure that out, trust me. You have to figure out the ways to get yourself unstuck. I'm not perfect at it. I still have my moments. Yeah. Get yourself a crazy baboon uncle who's wise and funny. Like me. Your crazy baboon uncle who's wise and funny. I can be your funny, wise baboon uncle. It's me. That's really what I want to be. Baboon turtle uncle that lends you his Minecraft account. Exactly. Exactly, that's me. He gets it. Oh, he gets it. MC Baboon. I gotta go to another rebrand, everybody. It's the MC Baboon, you silly, you silly, wise uncle here to spout nonsense and hopefully make you smile. Banana. I do love that dumb song. uh, oh, he doesn't talk about the truth. He also talks about the past. It was in reference to the past. My bad. I used the wrong one. But it still was the same idea. Because his point was you can run from the past or you can learn from it. Same works for the truth. You hide from it, learn from it. Eh, eh. Rafiki's a very good uncle. I wish Rafiki was my uncle. He is my monkey's uncle. I also got I there's a video on the internet that I've seen that I'm in love with where it's just you see it from the guy's perspective. He's like holding his phone or his camera or whatever. You see a shadow on the ground of a guy in a tree bouncing in the tree doing that song that Rafiki does, the some banana, and then the limb he's standing on snaps, and you just hear, and it cuts. It gets me every time. It's really good. That's the exact sound he makes. That's the exact sound he makes. He goes, it's really funny. There we go. There we go. I think I'll definitely finish this today. I don't think I'm gonna do much more with it. Um, like, I mean, I feel like I'm on the verge of almost overworking it. I always get to this weird spot. I always get to this weird spot where it's like maybe there's areas that I can focus on that I'm trying to focus on, things like the feet. But it's like, do I need to add more anywhere else? Probably not. I want to say like the midsection is like perfect. I want to say like the midsection is perfect. I don't think I need to add anything else there. The head is good. The body is mostly good. The back is okay. The problem is I don't know what to do with the back. I've been trying to figure it out, and I like can't crystallize something, unfortunately. But I'm like, I want to do something with it, and I can't figure out what. Can't. Tried a couple different things, but I can't quite figure it out. I don't know if I'll switch subjects per se. I think I will focus today solely on this and finishing it, but it also means I have some extra time. I could do some background work, try some background work of some kind. This is where I run into a little bit of a weird spot. This spot always gets a little bit weird. And I don't mean the music, I mean the dinosaur. That's my thing. The back sometimes gets a little bit awkward. And I think what I need to do is add some more texture to it. It's just a little flat. It's just a little flat. I need to figure out where to add the details and add the shapes. There we go. That. Something like that. Just gives it a little bit more something to hold on to. By something to hold on to, it just gives you like something for your eye to trace. No, my phone. Good, it still. Hold on. Good, it still works. Good, no crack. Boy, I just. Boy, that was a travesty. I just ordered screen protectors for the ding dang phone. I gotta be careful. I really need to be careful with the phone. I mean, I need to be careful with the phone when I have a screen protector still, because clearly I lost my phone for a week, and that wasn't a fun time to lose my phone for a week when I literally needed my phone the exact next week. Boy, that was such a bad week. Guys, highly recommend. Do not have that experience. It's not fun. You do have that experience. Do your best. It suck. It's not a fun time. Not so daijobu. Na na na. Can't recommend it. It's not a great time. Not really. Not the best. I certainly wouldn't want to do it again. Okay, here we go. Here we go. This is the song that started it all. But also, it's Dino Synth too, which is its own genre that I think has been made up, but I love it. It's funny, I have a story with this particular song, because it is just one song. This isn't an entire album. My funny story with this song is that when I was listening to more audiobooks, which I need to look into again, but when I was listening to a lot of audiobooks a couple years ago, I just put this song on repeat and then listened to, I want to say, 95% of Jurassic Park with just this song in the background, and it worked great, except for the car tree scene, which I literally looked up the song in the movie for, and goddamn, the song and the audiobook, which were definitely not made together, synced up perfectly. It was incredible. Like, exactly, like, perfectly. The length of the song for the car falling out of the tree syncs up to the exact same pace that it does in that audiobook reading. It's amazing. And based on what Sean has told me about um, Andromeda Strain, it's a shame that Jurassic Book is the only good book that Michael Crichton has done, and I will give Michael Crichton a little bit of criticism. Ian Malcolm sucks ass. I will never get off that soapbox. I love Jurassic Park, the movie. Ian Malcolm sucks so bad. He sucks so bad in the book. Oh, his only redeeming value is he makes one good statement on his fucking deathbed. He makes one good statement on his deathbed. That's my hot take. He sucks so bad. I do not like the way that Ian Malcolm is handled in the book at all. He's obnoxious. And I love that book, and I love that movie. I think Ian Malcolm is better done in the movie than he is in the book, and that's because Ian Malcolm is weirdly, I don't know again if it was Spielberg or Goldblum who did this. You can't take Ian Malcolm as seriously in the movie. He's a goofball. He's a weirdo. In the book, he's this really obnoxious author insert who's like, look at me, I'm so smart and such a cool guy, and my brain is bigger than everyone else's. Ooh, and I'm just like, shut up, Ian. When they call him a fucking rock star in the book, it's not a joke. I feel like they call Ian a rock star in the movie, and it comes off totally as like, as flippant. It comes off as like, a bit of a criticism of him. And in the book, it's not a joke. He like tries to make him feel like he's like this rock star scientist intellectual, and I'm just like, shut up. Shut up, Ian. Ian Malcolm, you're bad. uh yeah, I'm not a fan of the way they handle him in the book. He's not good. He's not that good of a character. I do not like him. He's obnoxious. Whew. But I do think that book is still really, really good. And like I said, he says like one good thing by the end of the book. So I'm like, okay. Whilst he's literally dying of blood loss. It just goes to show that that sometimes the time to say the only thing meaningful is when you've been mortally wounded by a velociraptor. I don't know. That's what it means. I think. I think Jurassic Park is such a fascinating piece of media, especially the book. The book treats the premise more like the book treats the premise more like a survival horror situation. So thus Dino Crisis, weirdly, is a more faithful tonal adaptation of Jurassic Park than the movie Jurassic Park, which is more of a, like, kind of thriller character piece. Weird. Jurassic Park is kind of a weird thing. Still my favorite movie of all time. Don't know if it's my favorite book though anymore. I don't know what my favorite book is at this point. My favorite book probably is the first. If I like, am like collate for favorite books. The first three things that come to mind are At the Mountains of Madness, The Heart of Darkness, and Catch 22. Those are probably my three favorite books right now, off the top of my head. So, and what's funny is At the Mountains of Madness was sold to me like that I would like it because portions of that book, portions of that story are just really technical, intellectual, scientific analysis applied to really upsetting and unsettling things. And it also has paleontology in it. It has dinosaurs. Kind of. Kind of. It has fossils. They work through a fossil record at one point in analyzing fossil remains of certain things, both uh both things that are found on Earth and aren't found on Earth. That's what I like about that book. It really feels like it's at least written from what would be like a scientific mind. A scientific mind. The thing about that though, writing wise, is I think it's really easy for both an author and for an audience to conflate science, like scientific thought, as like some kind of weird superiority, when in reality, it's just a way to analyze something. That's really what it is when it's used correctly. And things like At the Mountains of Madness do a really good job of making it clear that having a scientific analytical mind to try to study something really upsetting cannot be a good thing. It can actually be a real bad thing. Oh god. Hydrate man. Thank you, Hydrate Man. Probably. I mean, it was, actually. Thank you. This is why I always appreciate Hydrate Man. I always sound panicked, but I do appreciate what he does. He does it because he cares. Yeah. Yeah, he is. He actually is. Like, I don't know how many people pick up on that, but he actually is partially transparent. Um, I love working with transparencies if you can't tell. Like, like this kind of stuff. I love working with transparencies. Actually, I'm curious how this will look. Hell yeah. Had the wrong one. Oops. But yeah, I think sometimes people conflate like there's either two kinds of like, really menial kind of tropey scientist stuff that I'm not super big fan of, which is science is always right or science is wrong because it's cold and analytical. And I don't like either of those. It's a really demeaning look on both sides. It's like really unfortunate that people oftentimes view scientific stuff like that as or science as like a obstruction of humanity or something when for me for my kind of like interest in it even is it's never been about being correct. It's been about an honest exploration of things. But it comes with consequences. And it should be at least like, it should be recognized that there are consequences, but it wasn't because science bad, it's because there's a consequence to understanding things. And then it's also a consequence to not being able to understand everything. That's why FMA 03 does that. It's not necessarily a scientific show, but it does do that. It has a pretty strong theme about how wanting to understand something is not always a good thing, but it at least has a discussion about it. Like having a discussion about something not being a good thing is better than just saying something is bad. That is always my takeaway from anything. Is you shouldn't just say concept X is bad. You need to at least have a discussion about that because bad things exist. What the fuck did my hair just do? I saw that. I was like, oh, what the hell? My hair just did something scary. Also, tonight will probably be a little bit different. I need to get my mods working again in Beats. I somehow completely wrecked Beat Saber recently. I had to uninstall all of my mods because it just wasn't working as it should. And I need to figure out why. I need to know what I installed to break everything. So I'm probably just gonna scour through all my mods again and just try to pick the ones that I know work. Because I apparently picked one that broke everything. For whatever reason, it would not let me do certain things. Namely, wouldn't allow me to menu navigate. It was very weird. It was very, very weird. I have no idea why. There it is. Making this go see too. Eh, no, I don't like that. No, I don't like that. Like maybe a little transparency? No. Yeah, I like how that slider just works. I just like how it works. Like how it moves everything around and everything. Funky noise. Alright. And then after this, I might start something different. I might start doing some independent work in... I might experiment with either Animate or Photoshop does some animation. My thing is I need to definitively find the best way to do illustrated animation in Photoshop. I still, or in Adobe products, I still think it is probably, because Flash doesn't exist anymore as far as I know. So, and allegedly, Animate was supposed to replace it, but I looked at Animate, and Animate is more like if you already have assets. I don't think you do any hand-drawn animation in Animate. You take in Animate you take either GIFs or you take frames that you've drawn separately in another program and import them there. I don't think you do the actual drawing animation in Animate, but I could be wrong. I'm gonna check again. I have no idea. No idea. Bloop, bloop. There we go. I'm gonna add more of these white streaks. I don't know why I like this kind of style a lot either. It's like adding these. They add a complement. Yeah. Need something finer. Need something finer. I don't know why this kind of thing works. It does. Light is weird. Rendering, more rendering. More rendering. More rendering. Gotta do more rendering. Yes. I mean, Nightbot just kind of is the manager, essentially. Hydratebot is just somebody who stops by every now and then, but Nightbot is the manager. Definitely. Oh no, that is white. Like, what is that? Actually, too much. It's actually too much. And I think what I need to do is I need to go over here and I need to add more streaks of black to darken this a little. Not that way, though. God dang it. I thought it was on that layer. That's weird. gonna come back this way. That out. Hi, Malcolm. What are you doing? Hi, Malcolm. What are you doing in my chair? A little bit out that way. And now it's time for Clever Girl. This Clever Girl is great. Hey, talking about jazz. Hey, speaking about jazz. Hey, speaking of jazz. Say hello to one of my favorite pieces of jazz. Though granted, I've heard people compare this to this is actually the album that I learned the existence of the genre of math rock, and I kind of understand it as math rock, but I still think it's just jazz. Math rock is another one of those genres of music that I'm like, is it really a genre? I don't hate it. It's not a criticism of something that I'm like, it doesn't deserve to exist. I love a lot of math rock, but to me, it's just rock. To me, it's just rock. To me, it's really good. Clever Girl is so good. All right. Always comes back to like, look. I always like take two looks at this and I'm like, I don't want to touch it. I don't want to touch it. I don't know what to do. I don't want to touch it. I look at the feet and I'm like, oh, it's the feet. Oh, the feet are weird. Not even that I don't know how to draw feet. I'm just like, it's toes. Toes give me anxiety. The mouth too is kind of a little bit of a like whatever mess. Just kind of was like, it's a mouth. What do you want? Let me see. Funny is the back foot on the back foot, the back right foot actually came out looking really really good. Back left foot came out pretty good too. It's the front that I'm having a hard time kind of thinking about that. There we go. You just need to hold on. Hang on a second. Maybe I'm just forgetting a detail that I really need to probably add. Maybe that would help. I'm really, really, really trying to think about, like, okay, how does it actually go on the toe now? They're just putting them willy-nilly. It is something that I think I struggle with sometimes is I don't really think about the shape of something, I just kind of add it. I've really had to train myself to be better about being way more cognizant of how I add something. I think it's really easy to not really think about it or consider it for that matter. Like just kind of put something there to put it there. I really want to try to get those kind of claws in there in a way that they like make sense to the shape. Like they don't have like talons per se. They're not grabbing anything. They just got a big toe. Got a big toenail. Hey, doctor. Yeah, we working on dino toes. Damn right we're working on dino feet. How you been? You're goddamn right I'm working on dino toes. Playing Stardew. Marry someone or let Shadow Goober become your roommate. I mean, it's Shadow Goober. I would let Shadow Goober be my roommate as long as they are responsible. Don't let him eat the Cheetos. Don't let him eat all the Cheetos. Ah, gotcha. Get to cook the dinner. Get to cook dinner. Got to cook dinner. I actually don't know what I'm gonna make for dinner tonight. I can't remember if I had like started the stream, but I was like at one point I was like, oh beans. You know what? I need to use the we are living in the freaking 21st century. I have a microwave. I should use that. Microwaves have a thaw feature for a reason. They have a thaw feature for exactly these situations. Krobus. Krobus? Who's Krobus? Who's Krobus? Plum Krobus. And yes, Dr. Butt Doctor is quite a good name. I do like Dr. Butt Doctor's name. I like your name too, Kappa. I like all your guys' names. You got good names. Reaper, you got a good name too. The only one with a bad name here is me, because nobody knows if it's MC or Mick. And I've just kind of accepted that most people think it's Mick. Ah. I never finished a full playthrough of Stardew, and I know they just have only added more stuff to the game. No reason. I just never kept up with it. Doesn't help that a couple times I just started a new character with like a new set of friends. Because I have a very bad habit of like starting a playthrough of a game with like a specific friend or friend group, and then like if it's a game where you have discrete characters and I'm not able to play with those friends for whatever reason, I will. But somebody wants to play, and it's like somebody who wants to play with me. I'll just be like, I'll just make a new character. So I do that a lot. It's kind of an issue. Mech. I wish. I wish I could be a robot. I wish I could be a robot. Ah. Do it. He doesn't deserve to live in the sewers, or does he? What kind of creature is he? Is he a creature that deserves to live in the sewers or not? That's what matters. Some of us can be creatures who deserve to live in the sewers, and that's not a bad thing. Sean would love to live in the sewers based on what I know about him, and I respect that. Listen, if I could live in the sewers with the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, I would. They don't want to, but I want to. But they'd probably rather switch places with me. No love for Krobus. No love for Krobus. He probably says that. If he talks. I don't know if he talks. How'd your butt? They do have pizza effectively all the time, but nobody ever questions how they have pizza all the time. God damn it. Thank you, you bastards. Such kindness I am treated with. Damn it, I'm trying to work. They just want to keep me drinking water. Don't you know I got important work to do? Yeah, it was needing that. It was needing those. It was needing them toes. Oh god. Burpee. You wanted to live the casual life, a character from a show, who would it be? That's a great question. I love Ed, Ed, and Eddie, but I don't think I'd want to be. Listen, I lived that as a kid, and I will say, no. Um, Probably the casual life of. It's actually a really good question. I'm gonna have to stew on that. The casual life of a character. I mean, pretty much the casual life I strive to live is one that is not unlike a lot of the characters from Nichijou. So, pretty much any character from Nichijou. So then again, I also lived that life too. Cause I'm Yuko. Eee. They have their family, facilities, their routines. Well, I know one that I wouldn't. Well, that I shouldn't want. Put it that way. Just saying. The routine of the characters in Gunslinger Girl seems very routine. I've lived that though, so I don't think I need to. That is a really tough question though, actually, because like I can't all the things I like are all the characters I like that much don't really have very like they don't have I could always see something that I'm like either A. I don't, you know what? No, I could see one, but I always have this mindset of well, I'm trying to live that kind of life anyways. Barakamon would actually be a good answer. Honda. I would try to be more like Senpai. No, Sensei. Shit. Got the wrong one. I got the wrong one, and I sounded worse for it. And in all honesty, if it's like, if you want to live that guy's life, and I'm like, yeah, that's because I am kind of living that guy's life. It's kind of what my life is like. Both the good and the bad ways. But mostly the good ways. I highly recommend, if you haven't seen it, everybody go watch Barakamon. I might have to do another viewing of it. It's a really, really good show. It's about a lot for being an ostensibly kind of goofy, fun time. It's got a great sense of humor and a great sense of philosophy, and I really appreciate it. Choose Kira Yoshika. No, but you don't want that. You don't want that. Yoshikage Kira. Somebody post the fucking. Somebody post the copy pasta. It's out there. I know it. I just don't know it off the top of my head. But I know it. I know it exists, and I know you have it saved. God damn it. God damn Yoshi Chad and chat. Get out of here. I'm joking. I kid. I don't care. I kid. I kid. It's only a joke. Oh god. I don't smoke, but I occasionally drink. I'm in bed by 11 p.m. and make sure I get 8 hours of sleep no matter what, after having a glass of warm milk and doing about 20 minutes of stretches before going to bed. I mean, yeah. Yeah, he's a very structured individual. I will say like that is one thing I like about part 4 and about that is I think that he's a very interesting character. I do think that the show that part doesn't really start working for me until he appears, but he is a very good part. Uh, and that's just me, and that's not even me saying I dislike part 4. I really like part 4. I like it better than I like part 3, but I don't like part 3. So sorry guys, I just don't. It's not for me. I have tried. I try. Not a big fan. Star Platinum is cool. Dio Fight is cool. That's about it. If anything, I need to give it more credit. I think all the characters except for Jotaro and Joseph are better. Those are the parts of part 3 that I like, is like literally everyone but Jotaro. I think he's just boring. He just sits there with a blank face and then punches things until they're dead. He's not a personality. At least everybody else has a personality. That said, I do like the globe-trotting adventure portion too. I just wish it was more of that. I wish it was more. I wish the main JoJo had more personality, and I wish the globe-trotting adventure was like the more of the focus. Yes, but part 5 is my favorite because part 5 is JoJo the Tarantino part, and I like Tarantino, so yeah. I've heard that comparison for part 4 as well, and that's also why I'm like, that's okay. I also find I don't know. I just I don't find very much memorable from part 3 and 4 for me. It never stuck in my brain. Don't know why. Part 2 and Part 1. Part 5, however, I really like. I really, really like them. I really like Part 1 just because Part 1, in a sort of sense of twisted irony, is one of the most bizarre parts. And Part 3 is maybe one of the least for me. That's why I don't really care for it. It really isn't that bizarre by anime standards. Yeah, that too. The fights are incredibly stretched for how little actually happens in them sometimes too. That's also what gets me is the fights can go on for a very long time for how little actually happens. That said, the reason why part 1 and 2 kind of stick out to me is just genuinely how more you what's funny is like stands are a cool concept and they do a better job with them later and getting more abstract. I like how weird stands can be. But I actually just love the idea of judo kicking a fucking vampire, and that's just cool. That's just cool and stupid, and I like it. I like how silly it is. I like that it started from more humble roots of just kind of being a thing about kung fu fighting vampires. I like that. Now I don't know why that popped up. Now I don't know why that popped up. Araki ran out of forces of nature in his villains could use, so he literally made a new force. Yeah. Yeah. I do want to. I still need to watch part 6, though. I mean, I liked what I saw. Watched a couple episodes with Ari, and it was like more of what I like, so. I like when JoJo is weird and trying weird things. But I'm also not the biggest JoJo fan in reality. I like JoJo. It still doesn't even broach my top 10. It's just a good show. It's a good piece of media that I really like. Um I can engage with it. I can engage with it and its community, but it's still not near like some of my favorite pieces of media out there. I think it's really, really good, but Cowboy Bebop's still my number one. All my number ones are things that end. I like conclusions. I like conclusions. I like things that conclude because not because I want to see more of something or I don't want to see more of something. It's because when something is done, like genuinely done, you have an opportunity for that person, for that thing to try something new, to do something new. And if something is good enough, if my impression is if something is good enough that if I want to experience more of it, I'll experience it again. I will. I think that's my philosophy on anything that I make that I want to make is I don't want to make something that will never end. I want to make something that people will want to revisit because they want to revisit it again. And if I decide to do a sequel to something, it's because I wanted to iterate on it, not because I wanted to do it again. That's what I would want. That's what I strive for. No one can work on a single thing forever. That's my opinion. Or at least I can't. Some people maybe can, but I definitely cannot. And I still have yet to actually see a truly successful piece of media, maybe aside from someone like Araki. And One Piece, for that matter, from what I can have heard about it, and I still don't think I'm ever going to take that dive because that's just way too much of an investment. But um, I get the impression that most those are the exceptions. Most things for me, I couldn't do that. I could not do that. I could not do what Araki does. Some might even argue Araki can't do what Araki does. But hey, I'm not gonna stop the boy. You think I'm gonna stop him? No. That ain't how that works. Exactly. Let something new be new. Don't keep trying to make the old thing new. That's also another thing. It's like just let something new be new. Do something else. Ah, yes, time to eat 4 more pounds of apples, because that's how I live my life. Time to eat 4 more pounds of apples, because that's how I live my life. Delicious. Heck, clean it up. Do I answer to hydrate bot or hydrate man? Oh wait, shoot. Oh hi hydrate bot. Both. Really, I do answer to both. They make demands. So I guess I answer to both to a certain extent. I'll figure out what to do with these probably on a different layer. Well, not on a different layer, but like on a different pass, because right now I'm just trying to add some color to them. Probably need to add a little bit of white in there too. Give them a little bit more sheen. Here we go. There we go. There, that actually helped a lot. I don't know why. I don't know why that was like making like adding not having that made it look so weird, but as soon as I have that, it's like, yeah, it's a little dirty. I need to clean it up, but it already looks better. Details. Add the details. Get in there and you get in there. Oh, the music stopped. Oh, the music ran out again. That there? Now that's a real good question. I would say that they. I would say they work for me. The reason why I giggled at that is there's a funny monologue that popped in my head as soon as I said that, or like thought of that. And there's a thing that Hank Hill does in an episode where he's like, I'm Peggy Hill's husband. I'm Peggy Hill's husband. She married me. I didn't marry her. I don't know, something about that's just like, Hydrate Bot and Hydrate Man work for me. I don't work for them. Just like being like really indignant about it for seemingly no reason. Just appealed to me. Ah, shit. Keep on asking for. Well, they don't ask. Hydrate Bot quivers and Hydrate Man stares, but I know they want pay raises. It's like, come on, guys. I'm trying. I'm trying. Guys, if you want to see Hydrate Bot and Hydrate Man get their pay raises, you know what to do. It's the only way. It's the only way. Actually, I need the other that way. I mean, I still think they're probably they're named Hydrate Man, so male, but really they're more interpretive to be just kind of androgynous. So androgynous buff shape. Androgynous buff shape. That's what Hydrate Man is. Not bad, but that apple's built like a rock. I'm excited there, buddy. Calm down, Mr. Coffee. Calm down, Mr. Coffee. Listen, Hydrate Man is above that. You ask him and he just stares at you. Why? Because the question doesn't matter to him. What matters to him is, are you taking care of your body? Drinking water. You ask him these questions, and he's above these questions. That's the canon for Hydrate Man. You ask him gender. He says, is this. Because he can't talk. He can't talk. He can't say anything. Because he doesn't need to. And he knows it. See, that's my whole thing. I respect those kinds of. I do respect those kind of ideas and ideologies. But for characters like Hydrate Man and me, and for most characters that I make, what I want to make them about anything is if they are struggling with any kind of gender or sexuality, that is something that they can struggle with. But I don't want to. I want it to be more important what they have to say as the people they are, and not just what their identity is. For me, because that's what matters to me. It's what matters to me. I think there are issues that people struggle with that are universal human issues that go beyond those things. And that's what makes you a person. That's what makes me a person, anyways. I hope. Personally. And again, it's not to discredit anyone who does do that. It's just not what I want to do. You know? And trust me, if I have my way, I will have plenty of characters that are probably going to be a mixture of androgynous, non-binary, bi, straight, gay kind of characters. But only actually like engage with those things if it's something that's actually important for what is being discussed. And it can be, trust me. I've experienced plenty of pieces of media that I've been inspired by that have those kinds of conversations and like it, and would like to at some point be able to have my own conversations about them. I think they are important conversations. God knows my busted impression of the world is still largely being influenced in my understanding of how things work by my understanding or lack thereof of certain parts of myself and the world around me. And that's what I would want to discuss. My innate kind of like impression of any of that stuff is you're valid for it, and that what's important is not those parts, but like the kind of person you are, period. Like the things you talk about, the things you say, your sense of humor, your sense of personality. I would prefer those things to be influenced, but not formative off of it. So, eh. Uh huh. I mean, that's a good joke. I like it. Uh, Oh man, I'm feeling that fatigue, and this is actually something I'm working on myself about. Is I'm feeling that fatigue when I've worked on a piece long enough, then I'm like, I want it to be done, I want it to be done, I want it to be done, and guys, it's not. No, I shouldn't do that. Sucks when that happens. I do want it to like be finished. I want to be better about actually feeling like the piece that I made is complete, not done. I want the piece to be complete, not done. Done implies that I don't want to work on it anymore. Complete means that it's finished. Though to a certain extent, there's a whole, probably philosophical gambit that you have in there as an artist where it's like, well, you can make a piece done. Can you ever make a piece complete? And I think at my point of frame of reference is that I will never complete anything. I'll just try to make it as done as possible. Exactly. And my goal is to try to limit that. But I don't think that ever goes away. For anybody out there who struggles with that, I don't think that ever goes away. What's more important is, are you limiting it? Are you doing more to kind of beat that off, like with a stick, and say, no, I'm gonna put more into it. I'm gonna put more into it. What matters more is how long you can hold off that feeling of fatigue. I think that's more important. I think it's more important to hold off the fatigue of a piece than it is to worry about whether or not the fatigue keeps you from finishing a piece. Because the longer you can hold off that fatigue, the more finished a product will be. But I have seen this time and time again for myself and other people. Artists don't ever feel like they finish their work. I don't feel like I've ever finished my work. Are you kidding me? Are you... The last 4 or 5 things I've done, I still think I was like, should have spent more time on this, should have spent more time on that. No. What I need to say is, what can I get done in the amount of time that I have? What you can accomplish in the time you have is more important than getting everything done to me. Because you never will. I never have. I certainly as hell never have. I've tried a lot. Your goal is to make silly art. The simplicity of your drawings is part of what makes them silly. Exactly. That's why I hate super hyper detailed art that I try to do. Because I always feel like it comes out of this misguided personal wish that I was like, I just want to make cool hyper detailed art like everyone else. And I really need to actually buckle down and look at more art, because in reality, if you buckle down and look at art, it's never that detailed. It's never truly that detailed. It isn't. It really isn't. Rendering also just takes for goddamn ever. Art is less about spending. It can be, there are pieces that are, not this, but I would say 9 times out of 10, any given piece is just a labor of how much you can put into something before you just are like, I can't no more. I can't no more. That's fine. There's nothing wrong with that. Why I have my feelings about pieces of media just ending. Just need to end sometimes. Sometimes that's how it. Uh-huh. Hey, I did appreciate the meme you made the other day though. That's also something is like I would be so humbled. I would be so humbled, and this is just me, this is my feeling, is like, if somebody actually made an animated of something that I did live or something that my friends did live, I'd be like, I did it. We did it, boys. We did it, boys. I can finally quit. No, like, that would be like, I feel like there is something to be said about inspiration. And if there's anything that I want people to know about me and about this and about everything I do, is that it is cool when people get inspired. And I've inspired people in good ways. I've inspired people in bad ways. But it is something that I can't not fixate on, is inspiration. Yeah. Yeah. I didn't know. I didn't and really, like, when you did that, I was like, "Oh my god. I did it. I finally did it." Ah. We're here, baby. I've done something. I want to say that one of my kind of online existential crises is this continual feeling that I have all of these inspirations that, and I kind of live with it even. The biggest one being, if you go to my original YouTube page, my best video is not me. My bet. Duckhead. I'm not gonna eat that. That's for Henry. You want me to eat a duckhead live? Guys, you want to see me eat a duckhead live? But my best video on my YouTube page is not me, and that bothers me. Not even because I dislike that video. And that's not to say that there isn't me in that video, but the video is ostensibly not me. And I'm just like, how do I be that? How do I be that? How does that happen? I don't know. Being able to separate yourself from somebody else's curtails can be frustrating. Especially when it wasn't your intent. The only reason why I made that video is because I wanted to try making it. I remembered seeing one that was pretty good, and I wanted the practice at the time, and I liked the guy, so I made it. And since then, it never. I really have not done anything as big as it, and to this day, I'm always like, how do you break that? How does one break that? That's part of the reason why I've done this, is to kind of break that. To be known as Canary and not the guy who made that demo video. Be known as the guy who makes dinosaurs. Funny, silly thing. That said, I will always reference other people when I reference them because, yeah, they've played an influence. They deserve the credit. I wouldn't do some of the things I do if I hadn't seen someone else do it first, and they deserve that credit. So if you do anything because you saw me do it, first off, I'm sorry to hear that, and secondly, I appreciate that. Thank you, Kappa. See, that's good. That's do that. And then if you do it somewhere else and somebody goes, "Who the heck is MCCanary?" You go, you say, "He's the guy that had sex once." Listen, it could be worse. I could be known for bananavore. That's Griffin McElroy, and I don't want to vor a banana. What's funny is I kind of relate to that, though, right? Like, he has a whole rant about it, too. He has a whole rant about it, and I'm like, you know, I get that. You heard what I said, Kappa. Boy, I don't even know the full context, but apparently this is like one of the things that got him viral for very early on when, you know, he's doing Bim Bam, Adventure Zone, all of that, Polygon, all of that. And one of his quote unquote, I'm going to call them creator stains. And it's when you do something that you just thought would be something stupid and it's your thing and it's not your thing. He just ate a whole banana in one bite, is my understanding. That's it. He just swallowed an entire banana. He got famous for that. And he became the bananavore guy for a while, apparently. And I was like, I never knew that, Griffin. I knew you as the funny boy. So it's like, that happens. And when you're on the side of the video game, when you're on the side of being the presenter and that kind of thing happens. Kind of like that for me with the demo video. It's like, I got recognition in somebody else's video for making that video, but all of my other videos are still videos that I'm proud of. All the stuff I do is stuff that I'm proud of. And yet, the thing that I have gotten the most recognition for is editing a video of somebody else. The existential dread. Ah. And that's not to say I don't... That video, too? I like that video. I'm proud of that video. I've done so much more than that video. Ooh, this has come out... Honestly, this has come out really, really good, though. I think that... See, like, I've done this. I'd like to be known for this. What is it... What it takes to make something good is very odd. It's a very odd thing. I don't think anybody has the answer. I don't fucking have the answer. You think I've made anything good? But I don't say that as an insult to myself. I just genuinely think it's hard to make something good. It's really goddamn hard. It's not easy. It's not easy. That's often why I like some of my favorite things and inspirations are ostensibly failures on the part of the artists that made them. God Hand. God Hand has played a huge influence on my interest in action games. And, frickin' Mr. Bakami was freaking put on the stake for it. Alright. What's nice is I've got... I did say I wanted to try a little bit of background work. I still don't know what, though. Let's just start experimenting with it, because I'm like, there's maybe more. I might take a break from that, and we're going to work on something else now. Yep, gonna do something else. Gonna do something else. What the heck? Thought I had a folder button. My folder button. That's clip layer. Oh, that's what that does. No, I don't want that. You know what? I might do that. And here's what we're going to do. I'm going to try out a different brush. What brushes do we have? Okay, I was about to say. None, seemingly? Watercolor round, detail, soft, flat, splatter, basic watercolor. We also have oils. No acrylics. Lame. Try this. Just want to see how this works. I want to see how this works. Oh, interesting. I do half. Now, here's what we're going to try. Usually I do this, right? Like, I'll try to do something fuller in the background, you know? I do like how smooth that is, though. Oh, yeah, I do like that. Here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna Bob Ross it. Gonna try to, anyways. Maybe for the first time. Certainly for me, I'm not used to this kind of really just like taking my time. I'm usually much more scribbly. I'm really trying to focus on where things go. I really like that effect. It is lighting my laptop on fire, but I really like that effect. There we go. Yeah, I like how that came out a lot. There, I have dirt. There, I have dirt. We're gonna start. Now, this is something I want to get better at overall. Just vegetation. Yeah. I need something thinner. And a little bit more precise. I've never been super big on trying to do backgrounds. something I've kind of struggled with a little bit, actually. But one thing I've at least learned how to be better at when it comes to it is like kind of like figuring out how to paint something kind of situations. Get out of here, you. I will say this brush is really nice, actually. I like it. Shin? You do the shin? Hmm. How to do the sun? Sun's always difficult, right? That funny white ball in the sky. Work. Ah, beans. Oh, actually, no. If this, no, you wouldn't see the sun from this angle, anyways. There we go. Amethyst or a couple of tea saplings. I'm gonna go with the amethyst, but I don't know much about. It depends on the game. Is that Stardew or is that the other game? Do that. One amethyst sells for 100 Gs. Ah, gotcha. I thought about it, and I should have been like, wait a second, amethyst is just literally quartz, so probably the tea saplings. You can't drink quartz. I've tried. Hmm. I just have such a hard time with backgrounds. I never know quite exactly how to handle these. Try sponge, and I'll go down in size a little bit. That's a little bit too big. Yeah, certainly is much more tree-like. Oh, okay, yeah. Yeah. I've learned something here, guys. Yeah. Yeah. I gotta do that more. That looks really good, actually. But just gotta keep doing my thing. Ugh! Oh no. Besides, I probably need to hold on. Yeah, I need to have that be on the background in case. Just in case. I don't even know how I did that. Doesn't really work for the dirt. Noted. Need to be very specific for where I do that. I can just use it to add some extra spots. Probably to add like rocks and stuff. It is a neat effect though. I'm liking this effect. Definitely for the tree. Like it made those trees fucking pop, man. Like it did exactly what I was wanting those trees to do. Not that much. I didn't want to do that much. want more vegetation overall. I want to add a little bit at a time, I think. See, this is that Bob Ross magic that I always would like watch him and be like, how does he just do it? And the reality is the reason why he makes it look so effortless is he has done a very good job of being patient with being able to realize how to just add something and then work it in. And that's what's really important is you have to go back and work it in. You have to put something down and then pull it back. That's a big part of what I've learned with painting and everything. Is something I've always not had the patience for, which is that. Merge down. Give it some time. You work it back in. You have some really good results, honestly. Like really, really good results. I was not expecting this to work this well. I really wasn't. It takes practice. I don't think I'm the best at it. I don't think I'm barely even good at it. Well, it comes with time and practice with that kind of thing. This is, if this is like, wow, I'm just like, even I'm like, wow, I don't usually make it look this good. I really don't. I don't. This is not normal. This is not how I feel about backgrounds usually. This is not how my backgrounds usually come out, even at all. And they're not done. This is not done. I have a lot of work I still got to do. But this is already coming out like, I'm like, what the heck? What the hecky? How did I do that? This is not usually how it goes. Yeah. I'm getting there, guys. I'm getting there a little bit at a time. And that's a huge compliment, Kappa. That genuinely is a huge compliment. That's the kind of stuff I want to make because it's what I grew up with, even. Thank you so much for saying that. Like, really. I'm glad. I don't know quite what to do with the ground, but we're working on it. It's okay, Kappa. Hey, it's okay. Like, also, you saying that means one thing true that I'm really glad of. That's the case, like, then take your time. I'm going to wait then if you and people want to actually do that. Like, that's a good thing. That is. I've not had that kind of kindness before, and it's really cool. That's really, really cool. What we're gonna do. Try something. I need to go to like like a really, really light amount. Well, maybe not that light. Yeah. That looks cool. Wow. Wow, that looks good. Yeah. Genuine, and if you're out there and you're an artist, like you should. Don't criticism happens and criticism to yourself happens, but be 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 kinder to yourselves. Genuinely. And it's okay to be proud of something that you made if it's especially something unlike anything you've ever made before. I've never done anything like this. Ever. This is the kind of thing I would have seen in a kid's book. In a dinosaur book when I was a kid. I would have loved it. I'm glad I can do that. Never thought I could. Like this came out way better than I expected it to. Way, way better. I couldn't ask for this to come out better than it currently is. Damn. 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 I'm glad I'm we're doing this for the rest of the time. We are doing this for the rest of the time. We are. What's funny is I have the light coming from behind, so I have to actually I have to do something about that. But hey, that gives me a little bit more context to be able to work on this a little bit better. And I think that is the right move. Well, either I make it all of that really, really dark, or nah, the feet are still kind of weird. Kind of in a weird spot for me. Also, don't know why this track does this, but this is a friendly reminder. Something about this track really evoked this kind of like memory in me. Everybody go watch the original Blade Runner. Well, not the original. Watch the specifically watch the creator's cut, the director's cut, I believe. It's great. It's really, really good. There's a song in that movie that's very specific. It's very specific and very memorable. It sounds very similar to the part of this song that genuinely kind of holds a pretty special part in my brain, rent free. And it sounds very similar to this, actually. It's at a pretty important part of the movie, I won't lie. Holy crap, I can't get over how good that background came out. Man, it looks so good! Oh, that looks so good. And here's what we're gonna do now. This is actually a detail I just thought of. We're gonna add now. So, well, this is Cretaceous. Flowering plants would have started appearing. I still don't know what the oldest deciduous tree is. I don't know it off the top of my head. But still cycads and stuff. Cycads and pine trees and stuff like that. Conifers. And why can't I think of the term off the top of my head? Can't think of the term off the top of my head. Pine trees were very common still, so. What we're gonna do is we're gonna litter the floor with dead pine cones. So, here's the thing. And if you don't know this, that's totally fair. What we know of as the common tree, think of like an oak tree, or any tree with a broad leaf. Those didn't always exist. In fact, pine trees are much older. Much, much, much older. They did not appear until actually this period. The first flowering plants and I believe the first broadleaf trees did not appear until the Cretaceous period. So they would have been young and new, and look who's getting sent back to the Cretaceous area. Dorado. Goodbye. You've been banned back into time. Look who gets sent to the Cretaceous period. He's gone. So we're gonna like that way, right? And what we do, eraser, yeah, try it. Change it, actually. I'm gonna try this first. Yeah. Honestly, that sponge works so well. They did a really good job of emulating. And like this comes from a place, guys. I want to maintain this comes from a place of I have no painting background. I have no painting background. I really don't. The most painting I ever did was in college. I really do not have a background in this, like even a little bit. Sometimes you just got to try things. You just have to try things. Yeah, no, that has come out so much better than I expected it to. So much better. And what's funny, I learned a lot from this, and at the same time, maybe the biggest thing I learned, maybe the biggest thing, the biggest takeaway that I have from this is those were originally just supposed to be trees, like just the tops of trees, and I just did something with it instead of trying to make it exactly the way I wanted it to. Sometimes you just have to let it take itself, let it be itself. Then what we're gonna do is we're gonna dry that layer because I meant to make a layer, or I'm not. Go really light on that. There we go. Hydrobot. 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 I have some ideas. What's interesting is this might be something that, so I'm gonna do this. A little bit more emphasis, not overbearing it. Can we go white? I don't know what I did. I don't know how I did this, but I will take it. I don't know how I found this, but it's like magic. It is like magic. I don't know how I found this, but it's cool. It's cool. This is cool. Even better. Now, do I want it all the way? Still need to figure out how to do that shadow a little bit more, but I do think that's like a good effect. The shadow's hard, man. It's easy to make shadows that are overpowering on accident. The goal is not to get rid of it per se. Need to soften it a little. Once again, I have to give Fresco credit. This is a very, very powerful program. Once you get used to it, this program does a really good job. It does a really, really good job. Like a really, really, really good job. Like a really, really, really good job. Holy crap. I just wanted to make a background, guys. Guys, I just wanted to make a background. Guys, I just wanted to make a background. I'm gonna do is save it because it clearly is going. It's clearly processing a lot. My computer is probably lighting itself on fire right now trying to render all this. Also, what's funny is I need to take this. There it goes. There, that's better. You can still really even see it. Honestly, I could move that up here. Welcome back, Kappa. Hear fan noise? Hear a fan noise? Probably the music then. I was like, you hear a fan noise. Don't think that's me, but it could be. Here, put that there. Boy, my computer, I want to, just out of curiosity, we're going to go on an adventure, everybody. How's my computer doing? It's doing great. Oh, it's doing great. Computer's doing grand. Look at it. It's doing fine. They grow up so fast. It's true. I want that. Kinda. Go back to the sponge. The sponge has been incredibly powerful for me. I was not expecting the sponge to be that good. There we go. We'll darken that a little bit. Or here. Yeah, I really like how that's working out too. But that one's a little too. I'm gonna kind of vignette the corner a little bit because I don't know what to do with it. How'd you do the classic the classic bit though? Wait, where are my sunbeams? Oh, they're right here. Adding darkness in places that I'm like, I don't know what else to do with you, and I'm using a brush that should just work. I just need to add more midtones to things, I think. And that's just kind of what I'm doing, is adding more midtones. One of the best kind of advices I ever received was like darker things that are in more of the background have a little bit more are a little bit darker overall. Back to this one. I need to go back to this. I actually need to go back and merge this down. I'm gonna merge that down, and then I need to go back and kind of erase some stuff out of this this one. I need to use the brush. I should still have the flow at the right amount, yeah. I don't want it to overtake too much, essentially. focus some of this. Kind of lighten it a little. God damn. I really outdid myself, huh? I'm making good progress. I still technically have like about an hour and a half. Really, at this point, I'm trying to add as much detail as I can. I have the time to add the detail. Still fresh in my mind. I'm in the right layer. Oh, that's interesting how that's interacting with itself. I didn't think it would do that. I didn't know it would do that, actually, is what I should be specifically saying, because it's not like I knew what it was going to be doing anyways. I just started doing it. There we go. This add a little bit more detail to the back, I think. Well, right now the back is still pretty flat. Really, I just need this in here. I'm actually gonna test something now. So, I have that on a opacity filter. What happens if I do that? Whoa. That's cool. That's cool. That. Damn. Damn. Just to see how this will look. Okay. Might reposition some stuff, but that's not bad. In fact, I think I'm gonna move this down here, maybe. Or right here, because I don't want it to go over... I don't want to go over the writing. Yeah, thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Jazili. There. It's me. How's that look? Like it. This is my whole thing. Is like watermarks. I just think hate watermarks. I do. I do hate watermarks, but I understand their necessity. I'm not here to deny that I need a watermark, and I'm not here to deny that I need to use watermarks, but I just hate them. For me, I hate that I have to use watermarks. I don't want that to be something in my art. I want it to be that people can see my art without seeing a watermark over it. There is a way you can do that now, but it still feels not because it's not about that for me. It's about the artwork. It is. And if you're asking, then well, then if it is, then why do you do it? You have to. There are sometimes things you do that one has to do because they have to. No two ways around it. Trying to find a good spot for this. There kind of isn't now. The good spot is being covered. Here's what I'm actually going to do. Does this do... I doubt it. Add fonts. Nope, they don't. And I doubt they have an option for it, because this is not a program for texts. There aren't really, like... Are there... Hold on. I can mask it, but that's not going to be enough. Sometimes they're shorthand. What's funny is I would be better off at this point taking this image, popping it into like Photoshop, taking that text, putting the text in Photoshop instead, because it could make a what I want in Photoshop easier. Ah, no. Dead switch. Dead switch. Eh. Put it on his butt. That's what I feel about it. Nah. I'll put it near his foot. Yeah. No. I don't want it to be obstructive. That's my whole thing. Is I don't actually want it to be obstructive. That's not why I have a watermark. I don't I don't think I'm the only one who's like that either. I think a lot of people add watermarks more out of necessity than out of a want to physically obstruct their work. I don't know. I don't want to. I think it looks awful. Well, it looks awkward. That's gonna bug me. Did I somehow move the whole thing? That's gonna bug the hell out of me. Huh. I guess that's not the boundary. Huh. Buggy program. Buggy program, huh? It's true. Racing exists. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah. Like I agree. Um But at least it's an effort. It's at least an effort. At least and this I actually agree with and respect is at least make it hard. Don't make it easy for them. Don't make it easy for someone to take your art or take your work. Make it difficult. Make them have to work for it because you worked to make it. Let's move. Aw. Oh, is it? No, that doesn't make. Oh, these are. Huh. I didn't know that was the thing. I did not know there were different erasers for different layers. Not makeup. Not yet. I will only go into that. That's all. I'm hear it in the voice that is a little smug smirk, but that's all I'm gonna say is sure, I've tried things. Hey, buddy! I don't mean to alarm you. An androgynous leading femboy, what do you want? I like wearing nice clothes. Can I say? No. You're curious about it. It makes you feel good. Try it. You don't like it, you don't like it. Ain't nothing wrong with that. Ain't nothing to be embarrassed about either. But it also is kind of like a. That's the kind of thing that's like. You gotta figure that out. Usually, you first by yourself, and then with someone or someone's that you're comfortable with. So that's all I say. You just gotta try that stuff. You gotta try it and figure it out yourself. Human bodies are not easy to figure out, especially your own. Don't let anyone of any ideology tell you otherwise. You have to figure it out yourself. You decide. Goddamn. That background came out so much better than I expected it to. Still want to figure out how to do the like ground in front of them, and I have some ideas. All right. Who from here? First off, two black dots. No, that's not what I meant to do. Don't know why I got sent back there. I have a feeling I undid something that I didn't mean to undo, but that's a little bit lighter. I want to know whoever made episodes in Oceanography Volume 1 and 2, because, God, this just feels like the. It seems weird to call it this, but this feels like the Animal Well soundtrack. It's not really a soundtrack, just more like a soundscape. There's songs in it, but Not very many. I think there's like 3 songs in Animal Well. Most of it is just kind of cave ambience. I like cave ambience, so I'm not gonna complain about that. Then I can go. Wait, did I go too far? God damn it. At that perfect. Must have hit undo too. Page of Twitter. This is also something I've actually gotten much better at that I think I was really bad at for a long time. I used to be a very bad hand dragger. I used to drag my hand on my painting surfaces. I've gotten much better at that though. Really lifted my hand off of my. Okay, yeah, no, that was. I've gotten much better at that. I feel like. Just mainly what more texture. I add a little bit more texture. Go here. Merge this down. Now we're gonna. I don't know why that happened. Merge that down and go in here and why not? I want to get a yellow. Go real fine. Even finer. Even finer. There, that's add some yellow to the. I don't know. Felt like it needed it. Did it? No, I don't like it. No, I don't like it. No, I don't like it. We're gonna do this instead. Then we're gonna go kind of this orange. That's my computer roast. And I think, actually, I'm going to merge this down. Add some texture to the graph. Start with little splotches all over the place, kind of wash that out a little bit. I'm going to dry it. Gotcha. Well, thanks for stopping by, Kappa. And everybody else for that matter. Yeah. Dude, this came out really, really good. I still got about a little bit more than an hour left, but yeah. Yeah, this came out good. Holy crud. I did not expect this to come out this good. Thank you, Kappa. No, thank you. I appreciate that. I do. I am. At least I try to be. The best that I can, I try to be. Wowie zowie. Wowie zowie, that came out good. Man, that effect is so good. That effect is so good. I've really gone ham on these backgrounds recently. Like they have come out so much better than I anticipated them to. Almost so much so that I'm like, man, the dinosaur looks like he's out of place. I'm trying to figure out how to like fix that actually, which might just be a fact. I might just be like, well, whoopsie. That's science illustration sometimes too. Like this kind of thing happens. Just happens this way sometimes. I'm gonna try. What I'm trying is something I just thought of to try to like make it at least a little bit cohesive with how shadows work. See how this does. Really, I need to figure out how to get the shadow to stretch off this. Which is hard. It's very, very hard. Very difficult to think about that. There we go. I'm gonna try this. Something simple. Simple is best. Think too much about it. Wait. Do it. What works. Get a little bit thicker. Get a little bit. Maybe a little bit thicker and coming out this direction. Part of the issue is that shadow. I want to make it feel like it's actually they're actually in contact with the ground, which is really difficult to actually connect now. Can be. I think that's the best I am going to be able to pull off, aside from just drawing the entire thing. I really don't want to do that. I'm supposed to be finishing this today. I just want to make it clear that he's in contact with the ground on some level. That's really my main concern, is that he gets in contact with the ground. And hydrate bot. You guys are making me drink a lot of water today. Okay, actually, what I wanted to do. This is what I was wanting to do. Wee. Do this. Do yellow. Yeah. Six. Just want to add little bits of color. Just little bits of color. Kind of a mossy look, so I want to add a little bit of the mossy spores. Yeah, yeah. Dude, I'm really curious about these. One of these days, I'm going to be doing a paleo art, and I know who we're going to go to. Just saying, I know exactly who we would go to, but unfortunately, I don't think they ever really stream at the same time that I do. But it's fine. There's literally a paleontology stream that I found. And immediately, I watched it and was like, God damn it! It never goes away from me. I will always be interested in this. Like dinosaurs, can't help it. Never end for me. We're gonna do that. Then we go here. Ah! Creeper. Don't stare at me like that. What did I do? What did I do this time? Get that to garner such a response. We're gonna do like a limey green. You know, if grasses really weren't common at the time, it never occurred to me because I always struggled with this. Is what the hell is the closest thing to grasses? Well, something to be said that there's probably just a period where what grasses are now, mosses just were. Just moss on the ground. I mean, it makes sense. It makes sense. Makes sense to me. I'll keep that because it looks good, but maybe. Well, nah, it would be a universe where the grass is blue, the oceans are green to make the sky green, or something like that. Mm-hmm. He's surrounded by moss. He's surrounded by mosses. Yeah, that's what I was needing to do. Is I just need to add more of that green, honestly, to the ground. That also helped make the ground look a lot less flat. Wow. Holy crap. Like, holy moly. Where did this come from? When did this happen? Now look at that. God, that's so cool. It's so cool how that works. We'll merge down. Go back to this. I'm going to try something first. We're going to try it on this, but if it muddles everything too much. I'd agree. Sultosaurus, everybody. Look at him. Ain't he just grand? Ain't he just grand? What? When did this happen? God damn. I gotta say, god damn. I gotta say, god damn. What the hell is this layer? This is a layer. Has nothing on it. Okay. Uh-huh. Oh god. I'm sure there's some out. Listen, my old balls um dinosaur rant is that everything is called Venator and I hate it. Every predator is called Venator now and I just don't think it sounds good. I think all the Venators sound bad. It's also a hard word to say. Venator. It feels edgy too, and that's coming from dinosaur names. Dinosaur names could. What's more edgy than Velociraptor, which literally means fast thief, quick guy? Go to that one. There, I found something that I was like kind of struggling with. Just something I was having kind of a hard time figuring out was I want these to look like they're in contact with the ground. Not sure how. I think I at least have some. Yeah. That. All right. Yeah, that's something. It looks better, I think. It's still not perfect, though. Hey, we ain't going for perfect. I don't know about you, but I'm not going for perfect. That's for damn sure. So yeah, if you guys were all following along, it should look something like this. You're following all of the drawing tips that I was giving the whole time. Your final product should look something like this, you know? I am trying to be like Bob Ross. And that's how you draw a dinosaur. Yeah, that background. I like how unconfident I am about every background until the background itself suddenly becomes the best thing I've ever done, and I'm like, what the fuck? Well, Creeper, get one. Creeper, you get one, and I know exactly where I want to put it. I know exactly where I want to put. I know exactly where I want to put it. I even see him right now. Big. Little bit. You see him though, right? Goes right there. He's there. You can see him. I can see him. I think he's noticeable. There he is. Creeper, I'm gonna add a few more, don't worry. Creeper, I'm gonna add a few more, don't worry. It's mold. The Among Us is mold. The mold Among Us. God. stupid. Dumb. Very dumb, and I appreciate you for making me make bad things. For encouraging me in doing stuff like this. He can't be noticeable, is the thing. He has to still blend in. There you go. I think maybe one more. I think maybe one more. There he is. Gotta make a berry bush that's just full of tiny little amongi. Yes. Absolutely. I can't claim this as a signature, though. I'm not the first one to do this. It's mold. He's mold. They're little mold spores. They're little mushrooms. What the hell? Yep. Hi, little. Awful. Awful. Terrible. Shame. Shame. The question: who am I shaming? You or me? And merge down. This increase the flow. And less than that. And never doubt that it's too late to add. Never doubt that it's too late in production for me to add a little Among Us. Never doubt that. Let that be a lesson to you, Creeper. Never doubt that I won't do something stupid. Shame on you for not trusting the process. Always trust the process. Do it. Nice. Dude, nice. Something happens, I promise. Honestly, I have ideas on what I could be. The one teaser, the one redeem that might in the future get a sound effect would be "Happy Birthday, Veronica." That would be the only one, and I'm thinking about it, and it will be very dumb. That is a specific date. It is a month, a day, and a year. It's up to you to decide why the date is so specific, or even figure out what the day is. See, Little did you know, this channel has ARG elements. I'll never tell. I'll never tell. It's a secret, but it's not really a secret. I will say the context for the date is also important, because it also relates to the actual redeem itself. Damn. Damn, though. Damn, though. Damn, son. Damn, son. Where'd you find this? Man, I am thoroughly, thoroughly enthused with how well this really did come out. I really wasn't expecting it to come out this well. I felt like I was on a pretty good roll and doing some pretty good work, but this background has just completely almost overshadowed the subject. In my opinion, the background, which took less time, has overshadowed the subject. See, I just gotta believe I gotta believe in myself more. What'd you do? Do? What'd you do? He seemed panicked. Holy moly. Gee whiz. Gee whiz. Yeah, this is definitely going to be done today no matter what, and I am absolutely enthralled. And yet, it always comes back to how those fucking feet look for me. I'm just like, and the part that just didn't seem to work for me, this fucking area. Come on, Color. Try some of that. This game is also pretty high on my to play list. It's just got such if you can't tell between this and like Cowboy Bebop, anything that has just fantastic music like this, it's gonna have my attention. I like things that have a really good sense of detail to their music. This game definitely does. God damn, this game does. Also character design. I know I would really like. I know specific characters I would really like too, including the main one. She's cute. I like her. The robot. I want to know what Dorothy Hayes' deal is, okay? I do. Hi, sir. There we go. That. That. I think I'm so close to figuring out how that works. There. There. You know how you do a little doodle every stream? Yeah. I'm glad you noticed, Creeper. I'm glad someone noticed. Yes, yes, I do. I'm glad. Yeah, genuinely, that I'm enthralled to hear that. What I would cook up for a puzzle game. Eh, give me time. If I ever do a survival horror game, it will have puzzles in it. Puzzles and riddles. Oh, he bonk me. The child goblin stands perched upon my lap. Ooh, what do you want? Oh, what do you want? I like bonked him with my chin at the same time that he bonked up, and he was just like, ooh. He made that funny noise that nobody knows where it came from. He made the funny Roblox noise, but it's not even Roblox. It comes from a different video game. And I don't remember what it's called. I've seen a video on it. It's really fascinating, actually. But the funny Roblox oof actually doesn't come from Roblox. Which is still even more bizarre how that got in there. It comes from a different game entirely. I have 40 more minutes. What can I do in 40 minutes? What more can I add? Probably more background work again. The feet are at a pretty good spot. I almost don't want to touch them anymore because I'm just like, I don't want to fuck them up. Let me just kind of sit with it. Let me just sit with it for a second. It, yeah. Jeez, look at this, man. Yeah, yeah. How good. Came out really good. I just want to dark spots. Give the ground more texture. A little bit more. A little bit more. A little bit more. Dave, don't crash my computer. Don't crash my computer. A little to the left. Hmm. I'd have to check that out. Honestly, there's genuinely a kind of puzzle platformer that I would love to play stream with Sean that we've actually played before, and I believe it is called Company of Myself, and it's quite good. It's just a nice little it's a nice little game, but it's a nice little uh, you know, piece, nice little piece. It's got a really good like narrative and story. It's just got a little thing. I recommend it. Very good. It's very short, not very long. You'll find it. I don't know where you would find it at this point. Go for it. At this point, add this to add a little bit more texture. Exactly what it does too. What's funny is this is what I was looking for the back, I think. There we go. I wonder what happens when I do that. Nothing. Expected a lot more to go in there. Expected a lot more out of it. Weird. Expected it to pop or something. I don't know. That looks good. There's one more thing I'm gonna try. Hard not to deny that darker isn't better for that. Hell yeah. Nice. If it works, it works. If it works, it works. That was weird. Have a little bit more coffee left. Mississippi. Yes. All right. I mean, goddamn, folks. It's it's pretty much done. It's pretty much done. Only at the cost of my computer almost lighting itself on fire to make it, but it's pretty much done. I don't think there's much more I can really do that isn't just continually trying to redo parts of it. Like, I think I got it finished. I think it looks good. Maybe next time I be a little bit more confident with my backgrounding, and I use that watercolor because holy shit, I was not expecting that to work out so well. All of this came out all phenomenally, like way better than I anticipated it to. Like as a complete piece, I really wasn't anticipating it. Here, just to check one more thing. Yeah, that ain't working. Yeah, I'm glad to hear that, Creeper Cat. I'm glad you guys all enjoyed this. I'm glad that I was able to make this, you know? Glad I was able to make this and glad to keep doing this stuff. Period. No buts, nothing else, just glad. I mean, doing this definitely is something. Like for me, it's like something good, meaningful. I appreciate it. I appreciate it 100%. I'm gonna try something. Yeah, we'll just do for this. So yeah, I did that, right? And then we go back with the eraser. Sponge out. Yep, just like that. Just to add a little bit of texture. What would be the exact opposite of an ancient creature in nature? A robot from the future. Which I could do. I do like robots. Could do something more cyberpunk. I do like cyberpunk. And honestly, like, yeah, next time I'm going to be using a lot more of the techniques I did here for the subject. Because the subject has just completely a different art style. It does. I think it works. I think this works, but next time I'm going to use more of the painting stuff that I learned today. I learned a shit ton doing that background. I learned a lot doing that background. Oh no. And out of those 37 gas stations, 7 of them are going to have subways. 7 or 8, and they're all going to be within a mile of each other. 3 of them are going to be within a mile of each other. Is that too real? Too real. I want to do something silly. He bleed. I forgot I did that. That's awesome. That's cool. Funny is it actually needs to go up more here. Whoa. That's awesome. That's wild. That's wild to see. Hold on, I have one more place I want to put. Nope, not there. Here. Oh my god. There it is, folks. There it is, folks. Don't ask why he's covered in blood. It will be, of course it will be. I didn't show it last week because last week I'll be honest, I was too tired. I was too tired to make the post and do all the homework. I'm sorry. I will post this one. Absolutely. And you think I wouldn't post this? You think for a millisecond I wouldn't post this? You don't think this isn't going on everything now? Ay, ay, ay. Ay, ay, ay. Ay, caramba. Look at this. Look at it. So proud. So proud of it. It came out so good. You guys are honestly to thank for that. I wouldn't have done this if I would have quit streaming or anything. I would have never done this. I don't think I would have. Or if I would have, it would have just been because circumstances were different. Right now, I'm doing this because what I can do, what I want to do. I hope it's the first of many with much better feet. With much better feet. Hope the feet are better on every next image. Maybe I just need to start drawing from the ground up. It's where I need to focus. An antsy version of it, do it. Do it! Invert it. Invert all the colors. But no, like, other than maybe a couple more details, I do not know what more to do with this. Like, I genuinely am at a loss for what else I can do to this. There's not much. That's fine. That's fine. Came out great. Like, it did. Came out really good. Really, really good. No? I couldn't ask for something coming out any better than this did. Yes. Dude, make a robot. Dude, I love I love robot dinosaurs. Listen, I saw Beast Wars. I need to play Robot Dinosaurs video game still. I need to play Horizon Dawn Zero Dawn. Horizon Zero Dawn, yeah. I need to play it. I haven't played it yet. If for nothing else, Ashley Birch is Alloy, and I love Ashley Birch. She's great. She's a great voice actress. She's fantastic. Tiny Tita's great. Um, Tasha's great. So, if nothing else, I feel obligated to support her as a voice actress. She deserves it. She's a great voice actress and a great person. Ash is great. Yeah. Honestly, that's another thing. Is at some point I will probably try to do a little bit of 3D modeling here. Um, when I get to that point, which I don't think it's quite there yet. I don't think I'm quite ready to revisit Blender, but I'm getting closer. Been on me mind. It's been on me mind to revisit Blender. Oh my god, my laptop is chugging with this. It does not like looking at this picture anymore. It's just like, can we be done? Please, can we be done? No, not done yet. That's right, everybody. My style is somehow I took dinosaurs and anime and I threw them together. I don't know why. This is how I make my work. How I make my work. Make it hyper realistic? Well, that would just be a drawing of me. I've already done that. I did it with me, smugging. Like, actually, smug with a gun. And it's supposed to be like a 1-to-1 size. So, it was on 3 pieces of newsprint. Called newsprint. I don't know why it's called newsprint, but it's called newsprint. Um, it's on 3 sheets of it, and it's like stacked, so that way it would be each part of me, and it's just me, you know, sitting with my like I'm leaning up against a wall, smug, with a gun. I gave myself a gun. Even back then, I can't help myself. I know what I should add. I'm gonna add some sticks on the ground. I'm gonna add some sticks on the ground if my computer will let me. If my computer is not having a heart attack. It's having a little bit of a heart attack. I was trying to merge that down, but it would not let me. There it goes. I'd get there eventually. Do that. Oops. I don't like it. I don't like it. Now you can really start hearing and feeling the fatigue. I'm just like, is it done yet? No. Is it done yet? No. Done yet? No. Uh-huh. I've never been good at that, actually. This is about the closest to hyper-realistic you're ever gonna get from me, actually. I'm not very adept at it. It's not something I'm super good at. I don't really have a mind for hyper-realism, necessarily. I don't know why. Never have. What's funny is this branch don't work. The branch don't work. I don't like it. I don't like it. I don't like it. It don't look good. Don't know why. That's always the hard thing, right? It's like sometimes things just work, and sometimes you just don't. Best to just try again. This is Saltosaurus. That's it. That's what it's called. Saltosaurus. It's actually called Saltosaurus. That's why I feel bad. The place that says Saltosaurus is kind of hard to see. So it's going to be. I feel a little miffed about that, but I don't exactly know how to improve it. Yeah, Iguanodon. Dimetrodon is not a dinosaur, but it is prehistoric. Actually, it's a prehistoric synapsid, which is is closer to us than it is dinosaurs, but it might look like a dinosaur, but it's actually not a dinosaur. So, Dimetrodon, Iguanodon. I know more Lipleurodon, which also isn't a dinosaur. I know more Dons. I know more Dons. Hold on. Those are the only Dons I know off the top of my head. What's funny is most of them aren't dinosaurs. Mastodon, not a dinosaur. Really, there's only the one dinosaur I can think of, which is Iguanodon. Huh. I would have thought I would have been able to think of more, and I can't. A lot of Spondyluses. Of course, all the Saurs. There's a lot of Saurs, a lot of Raptors. You already know how I feel about Venators, even though that's more of a popular thing these days. Alright. We're getting close, though. I think this is close as I'm gonna get to a stopping point. Make one more save. Yes, it is teeth. Iguanodon is iguana tooth. Dimetrodon is two types of teeth, is kind of double teeth, two teeth. Lipleurodon, I don't know what Lipleuro means off the top of my head, but it's probably something to do with water. Tooth. Something water tooth. Mastodon, big tooth. Literally big tooth. Just stupid. Massive tooth, I think, is what Mastodon is. Massive tooth. Very good one, guys. Sounds funny because it's Latin. Alright. Alright. I think that's gonna call it for me. So, before we go, I'm gonna start this now. Drop a couple. Creeper, and anyone else, if you're lurking out there, drop a couple words into chat, and I'll make an AI about it. Naukadon sounds like a cool name. Okay. Here, I could work off of that, actually. So, whatever chat is, the next few messages, I'm going to make a Bing create out of it. So, we're going to have Nalgodon, the new dinosaur discovered along with Salt Dinosaur in, where did they find it? Kansas. In Kansas. All right. I'm going to create that. Make sure that it goes. Okay, yeah, I think it's going. I don't want to see the whole thing because I want it to be a surprise for me too, but okay, yeah, it's going. But thank you for joining, everybody. Hope you had a good time and you enjoyed the show. If you're able to join the live show, thank you for stopping by and chatting and watching. If you're watching this in the future, thank you for taking the time to going back and rewatching the VOD. We appreciate it. If you're out there and you enjoyed this, and you want to see more of what we're up to, I recommend scrolling down below and following or clicking any of the links. There's a link to an Instagram, a Facebook, a Twitter, and a Discord. We post when we go live on any one of those platforms, as well as anything else that we're up to. And just generally, you can come hang out with the rest of the community there. It's a good time on the Discord. Speaking of which, a shout out to our community there and everyone who follows. You guys are a wonderful audience and we appreciate you. If we do anything particularly entertaining or noteworthy, feel free to clip it and share it on the internet. Just make sure to also hashtag it with MCCanary or link it back to the stream so people can find more of the good stuff we do here. Oh yeah, I'll check them out. Also, stick around to the very end. I usually do a bit of a closing bit, And I do raid after every stream, so that way the daywalkers in our chat can keep watching. Because everybody else out there, make sure to go unlock your doors and windows, because it's no longer lunchtime. For daywalkers. And as always, wrong one. And as always, a huge thank you to Moat Shrimp and all of our supporters on Patreon and Twitch. Your generosity allows us to continue to expand the stream, as well as take on more projects, and the stream would not be made possible without viewers like you. So we thank you. If you want to see your name added to this list, as well as a couple other benefits you can get, you could always subscribe directly on Twitch or check out the Patreon page here. It'll show you everything that you can get, and any amount is always appreciated. Once again, thank you. And thank you to Ahmad to do a wonderful job holding back the robot army and preventing becoming famous. And yeah, thanks for everybody for coming out and watching me finish up Saltosaurus. It came out great. Came out fantastic. I was not expecting it to come out that well. So, as always, I'll get you through housekeeping real fast. Make sure to check out all of the rest of our friends in Goblin Entertainment. You can find all entertainment. You can find the rest of their content here. All of my friends have done stuff on their own channels, and you can find it in that link tree. And then you can find the rest of my stuff here. I have a link tree as well for everything else that I do. There's a VOD channel for the Twitch, as well as a YouTube for my own videos, an ArtStation for my art, and a SoundCloud for my music. So go check everybody out. Goblin Entertainment. Alright. Stick around, and we'll actually be heading to Bancha. He's another VTuber, actually in kind of a group of VTubers who I've been talking to. And I've never rated him before, but I've seen him in other people's chats, and he seems like a nice guy. So everybody stick around for that. Go say hi. Goober Entertainment. Oh, the boy is going to try to do it. But have a good afternoon. Take it easy. And remember, I'll be back. Back in a little bit. I'll be back in a little bit. And guys, this bit is a good bit. This bit is a good bit. I love his hat. Oh God. Hydrate, man. Oh.